everybody, and welcome to Dusty Book Sniffers. Thank you for joining me today. It's not a day that I normally stream, so I'm a little bit like, oh yeah, that's right, I'm supposed to be doing stuff. How is everybody today? How have your sprints all been going? I was on Koda's a little bit earlier to close out his stream so he could go off and do some stuff with friends, and then Jess took over, and I had to go and do some stuff, so I wasn't able to hang out too much in Jess's stream, but hopefully you got some reading done during that time, and I'm going to be with you for the next 5 hours. I think it is. Yeah, 5 hours I'll be with you, and then we'll be heading over to Vanessa's channel from that. So, and then Vanessa will keep you company and all the things. All right, how is everybody going? I moved everything yesterday, and now everything is in a weird spot. So I'm trying to fix it all up. That's why I'm fidgeting. So yeah, I'm like, everything seems a little bit off center. So hopefully that has fixed the glitch that's happening in my brain right now. Alrighty, so I know what it is. The camera is actually moved. That's what the problem is. There we go. That's a bit better. Now I'm not sort of off to the side like this. All right. So how has everybody been going with their NetGalley? Have you been getting stuff read? I have just DNF'd one. That I just can't. It's an audio, and there's just so much going on in the audio. There's so many changes that I was hoping that it had settled down a bit, but I just couldn't. I think it's actually the narrator's voice that's grating on my nerves. So I've decided that while the story might be intriguing and all the rest of it, the audiobook just was not for me, because that is what I am actually reviewing, not the actual story itself. I'm reviewing the audiobook, and that's what they want. They want you to actually to review the audiobook. So it's already out. So my review's not going to make much of a difference, especially if they still went with that. Everything is moved. Even my microphone's moved. So let me know if you can hear me okay. So currently let me just grab it. It's way over there. I don't really need those, so I'll just pop them there. All right, so including cookbooks and all the things that other things that I've been reviewing. So cookbooks, craft books, and self-help books, and memoirs, and all that sort of stuff. Since it was about 3 or 4 days before NetGalley November started, I have now I have ticked off 28. And I have DNF 2. One was a memoir. I just didn't connect, and I just didn't care. So I figured, and I listened to nearly 62% of that one. And it was 62. I just rounded it down to 60. So I just, while the story was great and all the rest of it, I just actually didn't care. I didn't put that in my review. I just put that I didn't connect with the guy that was telling the story, and that was called Karma and Kismet. And I think what drew me to it at first was because it was talking about, traveling and cultures and all that sort of stuff. And I just expected a lot more about the cultures and not a little less about him. And so I think my expectations were not set right. And also it could have just been the wrong time for me to read that book. So at the end of the day, I still have it, because I extracted the PDF, and I still have it on my computer. So if I want to go back to it, I can always go back to it, because some of the parts of the story were really good, like how, he came from because it was about him and trying to reconnect with his dad, his abusive dad, to forgive him, and, so all that sort of stuff from past trauma. And there was one part in there that he was talking about. He'd been sent off to, they were in South Africa at the time of apartheid. He was talking about how he was sent to boarding school, and he didn't like being at boarding school, and he missed being at home. And then he goes on to say, I know that I've come from an abusive home, and this is better for me, but I still miss it. And I could really relate to that, because, if it's your norm, you do end up missing it. It was just really hard to put into words, but I really got what he was saying there because of my own experience. And I sort of connected with him on that aspect. But as soon as we left that section of the story, I just lost all connection with him. and all that sort of stuff. So I just decided that it wasn't worth continuing on with it. Even though I was 60% in, it wouldn't have taken me much longer to finish it off. But I just like, no, I'm done. And the other one is Play of Shadows. This one is, that'd be right. I shut down the NetGalley thing. Wrong one. I was meant to shut down the spreadsheet, not the NetGalley itself. So let me get rid of the spreadsheet and bring this back up again. What's it called again? Play of Shadows. So this one, I'm a little bit lost of what's going on. Like I've said that I want to DNF it. I haven't actually started another book, so I possibly could have just been a little bit distracted, but I don't think so. No, it's not on here. Yes, it is. I know it's in here. So couldn't have gone missing off my shelf because I'm reading it on my shelf. So this one came out in March, and it's by Sebastian de Castell. And this one is like, it's got some bloody good names. Like, I'm glad that in a way, there's no way I could read this synopsis out because the names that are in it. So what originally drew me to this was swordplay, magic, intrigue, friendship, stronger than iron. The first volume in a new swashbuckling fantasy series set in the universe of the Great Coats. Not grey, Great Coats. Damalis, Shandamend. And that's as far as I could get. It's like I got a lot of letters from the alphabet. Picked a poor knight to flee the judicial duel. He has precious little hope of escaping the wrath of Vixen, the most feared duelist in the entire city. Until he stumbles through the stage doors of a magnificent operetto Bellazera and tricks his way into the company of actors. And it's just like there's a lot of voices going on in this, and it's just too much for me. So I've decided that while I was really intrigued by the synopsis and thought that this would be a great fit for me, unfortunately it's not. So I'm going to move on. And so the next one that I'm going into is Every Moment Since, and this one is a story of a grief about missing a missing boy, like a cold case. And so basically I'll put it in the, I'll just seen your comment pop up there, Jess. I'll put in the name, this first sentence, right? This is a character, okay? I feel like it's going to be like a little bit of, I don't know, like I thought that it would be a little bit of fun, swashbuckling and all the things and whatnot. This is the character's name in that Play of Shadows. This is the first sentence of it. This is what intrigued me. So if you can pronounce that, Chad forget it. I can't even get that out. So anyway, let me pop that up for you so you can see which one I'm talking about. That is the name. No, I cannot pronounce that. So yeah, anyway. This other one that I rolled for Every Moment Since is looking. So I have started listening to a little bit of it a couple of days ago just to see what the narration was like. And it's a guy that's written a memoir about, I think it's his brother that went missing, and he sort of goes around like talking about his memoir and all that sort of stuff, and hooks up with his like fans. And then it sort of switches back to his mother on the night that his brother went missing. And so we get it from her point of view as well, how she feels like still Chadamantane. Just like, come on, like who's going to be able to like just roll that off their tongue? It doesn't sound like that in the book either. So yeah, anyway, he mainly goes by Damalis. Thank goodness we don't have the last name. So yeah, this other one seems like a little bit more up my alley, you know, like it's a missing person cold case. We've got a couple of point of views and all that sort of stuff. So I think I'll just go with that one. But there's so many characters happening in that Play of Shadows because he essentially has stumbled into a cast of actors. So we've got all these different voices, and it was really hard to keep track of what was happening and all that sort of stuff. So I just thought, you know what, it's just too much. Yeah, that's how I read it. I know. I mean, I in my head I can sort of roll it out, but trying to actually say it, it's just like, yeah, no. So anyway, the characters' names aside, it just wasn't a great audio for me. So I'm just, and it's very rare that I say that about an audio. Normally I can just push through. This one is just, it is a little bit too much for me. So yeah. All right, so that's what my plan is today, and I'm hoping to get that finished tonight. And if I get that finished, that will put me at 29 that I've checked off my list. So I still have to review In the Lonely Hours, Play of Shadows, and then if I finish this one, so that should take me up. If I get it finished today and I get those reviews up, it should take me up to about 68%. I wanted to get to 70%, but I kept requesting books. So I probably would have been at 70%. But yeah, so not bad for the first 10 days of November. And then I've just done a heap of rolls, so I know what's going on this week. So I have one nonfiction, a couple of historical fictions, a couple of mysteries, and maybe one trauma. This week. So I'm just going to stick with those. I don't think I've got any more cookbooks or anything to review. So yeah. All right, let's have a look and see what's going on and who's joining us. Hey, Jess, how you going? Just finished Can I Fix Her? Anna, oh my God, 5 stars. Sorry to rub it in, Nicole. Still gutted you didn't get it. Yeah, I know. That's just rude, right? I didn't get approved for it either. So anyway. But I should probably have a look and see if that is on Kindle Unlimited. Is it called I Can Fix Her? Yep. No. What's it called? Let me just go back here. I've got like 400 tabs open. I can fix her. Yeah, that's what I thought it was called. I'll have to. It's not coming up on Amazon at all. Interesting. When's that come out? It's not on. I can't even find it on Amazon. That's weird. Anyway, I guess I'm never meant to read this. I need to write my review, but first I need to have dinner. That's fair enough. Leftover roast chook and veggies because can't be asked cooking. It's hot here. Like it's still 30 degrees here at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And it is starting to cloud over. So I'm guessing that we're going to get a storm, but that could still make it quite humid and all that sort of stuff. So I've got all the 2 air cons going at the moment, trying to keep the house cool because it was quite hot in there today. Savannah's over in the workshop yard, fluffing around with her dad, doing stuff. They're over in the yard today because we've got 2 carports going up here to protect the cars that we've got because of storms. It was supposed to be done 2 weeks ago, but there was a delay in shipping. And then Brennan had a look at it, I think he said yesterday afternoon, and he realised that none of the things are drilled, like there's no holes in it to put it together, to bolt it together or anything like that. So they're over there today because my husband's a Boilermaker and he does that sort of stuff. So he's over there drilling holes and making up templates and all that sort of stuff so they can come over and put it up. So I think Lockie's coming over this week to put it up. So that will be good. It'll get done. And then at least then I don't have to run outside. So if I suddenly disappear and put us into a sprint because the storms come, because I haven't covered my car yet. So hopefully I can get out in the first sprint and do that because we're supposed to have a lot of storms here this week. So yeah. And it's so funny because I put quilts over my car because they're, it's thicker and all that sort of stuff. And like people drive past and see all these handmade quilts on the car. It's like, yeah. Paul has joined us. Hello, Paul. How are you going? And I'm still reading Talisman. I'm on page 331. Awesome. A Rose Guild is back. Hello. How are you? Thank you for joining. I feel like I've seen a lot of you, a lot of people just rolling through these sprints. I'm glad that everybody's got using the playlist and all that sort of stuff. It's great to see that, and you're also really enjoying the 24-hour-a-day sprints. Lily's also here as well. Hello, everyone. Currently listening to Empire of Storms on audio. Nice. Hi, Nicole. Just following the playlist, but headed to bed soon. Leaving you all up. Thanks for hosting and happy sprinting. Thanks, Christina. Sleep well. We also have Chris here as well. Hello, Chris. How are you? Remember to hydrate. Yes, today is definitely a day for me that I need to hydrate. And this is the playlist if you don't already have it. If you click on this and open up the video, it will go to the next one. And it does work because as soon as Jess ended, my stream came up, which is a good. Actually managed to finish 2 arcs in my sprints. Nice. Not bragging much. Okay, maybe a lot. It's okay. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah. I mean, not every book is like, it sounded really good, like swashbuckling, swordplay, like it sounded really, really good. And I think I requested that at the same time as I requested that there was a gay pirate spicy book on there on the UK site, and both Koda and I both got rejected for that one, but I ended up with this one. So yeah, but this one's, as far as I can tell, doesn't have any gay characters in it or anything. So yeah. Hey, bookish buddies, I've reached page 123 of 493 of Vampire from Vampire Lestat. Nice. We love Vampire Lestat. Very true. I haven't read it yet, but I've heard lots of good things. The TV series reignited my love of these books. That is awesome. I'm glad that that's what's happened. I was so glad to be done with my mystery novel. Now I'm onto an arc about Agatha Christie, something that looks so interesting. Nice. Yeah, that I don't need to go over that again, but we love that trauma is a genre in our sprints. Yeah, fully. Especially when you're reading stuff for the Women's Prize for Fiction. That's always a high possibility that you're going to be reading a lot of trauma and all the things and whatnot. So yeah. Hello, Lily. Another Lily is here. I'm reading The Unhoneymooners by Christina Lauren. Nice. June. It comes out in June. Okay, cool. That's the catalog for it. Can I fix it? Yeah, I think because I requested it, it'll be in my declined list anyway. So yeah. Hello, Jean. How are you? I'm surprised that you're still here, but hello and thank you for still being here. Haven't been reading, mostly photocopying crochet. Okay, so that's doubled and tripled up. Okay, so cool. I'm not following the playlist. I'm just stalking you all. That's fine. You can stalk away. Trying to see how many squares I can get off a ball. Okay, cool. That's a good. That'd be good to know. And I guess it depends on what pattern you're doing and all that sort of stuff. I've pretty much done all my housework. I'm just doing Savannah's washing for her because she's over helping Brendan do that the carport and whatnot. So I've pretty much done all my housework. So I'm thinking today I might actually sit down and do a little bit of crochet myself or diamond painting maybe. I don't know because it's really hot out here. So I'm probably going to go into the house. Even though the aircon's on, it's quite warm out here. So I'm thinking that I might go into the house and take my little trolley here that's my diamond painting and take that in. I've got a little lap tray as well, so I can just sit on the couch and do the diamond painting on the little lap tray. It's great because it's got little bits and like little spots that you can put all your bits and pieces and whatnot, which is great. Jean is going to bed, and I'll leave you up on the TV. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate that. I was so happy to discover these 24/30 sprints as I just got off uni and now have all the time to read. Very grateful that you are doing this. Yeah, it was a bit of a harebrained scheme that I like idea. I wasn't sure how it was going to go. But we thought we'd give it a go. And yeah, so far I think all the slots are filled for except for a couple of hours there, but I think Koda might have filled them today because they were like midnight to 4 a.m. my time. So yeah, I think that Koda might have filled that today. And yeah, and I've gone through and filled in a couple more today as well, because I know that people are starting to run out of hours on the free restream and all that sort of stuff. So I thought that would be a good idea for me to go in. But of course, if anybody wants to take those hours, they're more than welcome to say, hey, can I have them? Because I'll just delete it off my thing. So that's fine. Like, I just filled them in so they're done. But if anybody wants them, they can have them. They're more than welcome. I mean, I'll just leave my Monday, Wednesday, and Friday ones as standard, but all the other ones are up for grabs. So but it also makes it a little bit easier for Coda as well to fill out the playlist as well, because every time someone schedules something, it goes to the bottom. We've got to move it up and put it into where it's supposed to go so it runs smoothly and all the things. So yeah. The phone has gone crazy with autofill. Yeah, it really wanted to let us know that you would photocopy crochet patterns today. Leah's also here. Hello, currently reading Vicious by LJ Shen, sorry, and watching Korean drama while I read. I speak Korean. That's fair. That's fair. I don't know if I'd be able to read and watch TV at the same time. I guess I could, play it off against each other and all the things. So yeah. But I'm glad that you're getting some me time into the reading and some watching of TV as well. That's awesome. All right, we have got to the end of the comments. So let me just add this to the stage. I thought we'll go with this one today. Sort of blends in. We're going to do a 90-minute sprint. What's that get me to? 5:30, yeah, about 6 o'clock. Yep, that works well. We'll probably get 2 90-minute sprints in this session. So that is a decent amount of reading for everybody. So yeah, so let's get these sprints underway, and I will see you all very soon. Happy reading, everyone. Oh, we're back. How did we go during that sprint? I managed to get through. I started. Doesn't want to open. I started every moment since, which I had already listened to one or two. I think it was like maybe 3%. So I got up to 34% in that sprint, which is not too shabby. Which means that I probably will get this finished tonight during sprints, which will be good. So 34%. I started at, I think, at 3, maybe 4%. 30% is not too bad. So hopefully I'll get it finished tonight, if not in the morning. I did a little bit of paperwork and all that sort of stuff, tied it up a little bit out here. Yeah, just sort of potted around, put another load of washing on. Luckily, I don't have to hang it out because she's going to take it up to the laundromat. So I've just got to wash it for her. And then I said to her, you will have to take it up tonight because if you leave it, it's going to go stanky overnight because of the heat that we've got going on here. So, yeah, so hopefully she'll come home and do that. I'll probably go up with her and keep her company. We'll see how we go. Depends what time she gets home and all the things. So, yeah. And I worked out, as I said, I worked out what books I'm going to be reading this week. And I also worked out that by this time next week, I will only be one book behind. Right now, I'm 2 books behind on my bingo board. And that's mainly because I didn't read last night and I didn't read most of today or yesterday because I was doing filming and all that sort of stuff. So, yeah. Which is pretty much, and I've only just started listening to this book this afternoon. So, yeah. But anyway, it is what it is. And yeah. All right, let's have a look how everybody else went. Oh, okay. So, yeah, that is here for everybody that is looking for it. And I'm sorry, I spelled your name wrong there, Bryce. I was typing as I was standing and walking. So I do apologise for that. Bryce says, thank you. Hello, Selena. How are you? Just getting home from work. How was Santa today? Was he jolly as always? And were the kids nice at least and whatnot? Didn't have too many crying babies or anything? I hope not. And hopefully you're just unwinding with a nice cuppa, maybe curling up with a bit of your book and just relaxing and yeah, all the things that you need to do after you get home from work. Jojo's also joined us as well. Hey, everybody, another book review done. Nicole, this was a fabulous idea. Thanks for the motivation. No worries. It's actually really been really good for me as well. So I'm glad that I decided to go ahead with it because there was at some stage there I was thinking, oh, I might not worry about it and all the rest of it. You know how you have that and all the things. So I'm glad that I went with it, and I'm glad that you're getting a lot out of it as well. A lot of other people as well, because the feedback has been pretty good as well. So yeah. Jamie has, hi everybody. I have been here lurking because my sister called, the one who does long monologue type phone conversations. This one, 6 hours. Oh my lord. Uh, I can't really talk. I've done a few big ones like that with my bestie as well, but still 6 hours. That's a lot, especially when you're trying to read. Hey, the topic, general, NaNoWriMo angst. Oh no, what was going on? What was the problem? Chantel has been checking in with 3 in real life besties, trying to make a single serve frittata and watch Game of Thrones. Nice. Got a terrible sinus headache, so I'm heading to bed. Oh, hun, I'm sorry that you're not feeling the best. It's 3 a.m. here. Got 25% into Vicious and 2 more episodes of my show. Happy sprinting, everyone. I hope you have a good night's sleep, Leah. And thank you for hanging out today. We appreciate you being here. I have done a feck all. I watched Alex Hefner's reaction to watching Narnia for the first time. Would you believe that I've only read The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe? Wow. This is one of I haven't read them all. I think I may have missed the last one. I can't remember. But this is my copy of Narnia by C.S. Lewis, and it's the Complete Chronicles of Narnia. So it has all the books. All the books are in one place. That's the end papers, all the stars. And then we also have some illustrations. This was the 50th anniversary of the book. And it has all the here. And then we've got like it's set up like a kid's book. It's got all these little images in it, and it's bordered all the way through. I mean, not every page has it, but there's the one that you've read, The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. That's where it starts, so it has a good cover page. So yeah, I think I only have the last one to read because I didn't read them all when I was a kid, but it's one of my favorite ones. I've read The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe a couple of times. So thinking of binging it, the series in a vlog in December. Nice, because I haven't read it in the wardrobe I haven't read Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe in several years. Nice. I finished Agatha Christie arc and a review. I also did a couple of reviews as well, and I'm officially at 67%. Yeah. The last couple of books that I have read, I just reviewed those. So I am up to date with my reviews. I have no reviews right now, which is absolutely fabulous. They can get away from me if I don't do them right away, and I'm trying to make sure that I review straight away. And we may or may not have something coming up revolving around that. So stay tuned to all the sprints because I'm sure it's going to be announced soon. So yeah, that's 2 arcs today from the shelf. Nice. I have so much angst with NaNoWriMo. 6 hours. That's some dedication, right? It's gorgeous, yeah. I lost my original books. The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe was actually the first ever book that I bought for myself from the Scholastic, the pamphlets I used to get in school. And so it was the first book that I ever bought that my parents gave me some money for, and I was so chuffed. But I did have a full set of them. They weren't I had them just recently, but they got damaged from the kids. But I had an original set that my grandmother had bought me, and they got damaged in. I had them. I would have been in my teens when it got damaged. So I think that she purchased them for me when I was about 9, maybe 10. And then a couple of years after I had them, we moved to a block of units, and basically we had all our books because it was only a small unit that we were living in, and there was 3 kids and adults. So you don't have your books out, and they were still packed away. And we had a flood, and I lost so many of my childhood books and all that sort of stuff. So yeah. I just checked in. Must read Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. It's good. Like, they're good. I like them. All my kids love them too. Like, they've read them and they love them as well. I think Savannah's the only one that's finished the series, to be honest. I didn't request any arcs today, so made progress on my shelf. Yeah. I didn't request any today either, and I wasn't approved for any today either because I've been approved for about 6 in the last few days. I'm like, oh my God. A couple of them were read it now. So they were my faults, but ones that I've requested I've got as well. So, yeah. I have several original sets that have made it through 45 moves. Anna Green Gables and Laura Ingalls Wilder. Wow. That's awesome. And Nancy Drew as well. Nice. So the Laura Ingalls, correct me if I'm wrong, that's Little House on the Prairie, right? That and Nancy Drew. Nice. That's awesome that you made through 45 moves. That's a lot of moves. You sound like me. That's how I feel like that when I was a kid, always moving. But I got this a couple of years ago. I don't know where I was. Or I might have been watching something and someone said something about this, and we've even got big illustrations in it as well. Someone mentioned something about the 50th anniversary, and I'm like, ooh, to have a look at that. And then I said the dust cover on it though when it got here was damaged. So I just took that off. It was exactly the same as the hardcover. So no one's allowed to touch that. So yeah. It is okay. Yep. Army brat, and then I joined the army. My dad was a security guard, so we got moved around a lot for different jobs and stuff. So my dad would come home, sort of same scenario as the army. Come home and go, right, we're moving. And yeah, so I was always the new kid when I was younger, and now I live in a caravan. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that at all. So yeah. All right. Well, we're going to be super productive tonight. We have now to the end of the comments. I'm just going to sort of stick with the comments today. And so we can get some reading done because I do need to catch up. I really want to do 30 in 30 and get all the audiobooks off my shelf. So I've also managed to run a couple of the books that I have through Speechify, the non-fiction ones, and then I can just listen to them. They're not available on audio or anything. So if I can get a couple of those off and all the audiobooks off my shelf, that would be absolutely amazing. So right now on my NetGalley shelf, I'm sitting at 67%, which is great. Now, in September, I was on 69, and then I requested a heap of books. I went down to 58, I think it was. And then I've been going backwards and forwards. So to get to 67 by the end of this week, I wanted to be at 70, but as I said, I didn't read yesterday or today. So I've only just started reading. So I should be able to get that up. But if I stick to this by this time next week and I review everything, I should be in the 70s, on track for being at 80 by the end of the month. So I still have 20 audiobooks to get through this month. So yeah, one of which I only just added on and is not actually on my bingo board. So that may not get read. Actually, there's two that aren't on there. So actually, let me just have a look. Yeah, no, there's one that I just got approved for, The New Bad Thing, which archives in January, but it got approved on the 2nd of November, and then we've got Mistletoe Season, which got approved on the 1st of November, and Witchfinder's Sacrifice, which was Read It Now, I got on the 31st of October, because that is part 2 to one I listened to in March. So I'd like to continue on with that. But those three there, I've added on since we've started, obviously. So they aren't on my bingo board. So hopefully I can get to those. So technically on my bingo board, I only have 17 left. So yeah. Well, that's a lot of audiobooks. Well, I figured because it's a great way, like audiobooks are so expensive, and I thought it'd be a great way to get some new releases and stuff like that. And like, they're definitely books that, like the type of books that I listen to, like even that one that I DNF'd, even if I had purchased that, I probably would have DNF'd it anyway, because it was just too much. There was just too much going on with the voice changes and all that sort of stuff in that book. So I'm just like, you know what? I'm just going to skip it and not worry about it. I am going to look it up in the next sprint if it's available on KU, and if it is, I'll add it to my KU list because I'd like to read it, because the premise behind it was great. Like I really wanted to read that. And from what I listened to, the storyline is not a bad storyline. I just can't do the audio, that's all. I really hate audiobooks. I was paralyzed for a couple of years, and now I can't stand people reading to me. That's fair enough. And that's, wow, you were paralyzed for a couple of years. Did that happen like in deployment, or was it something else that happened? And all the rest of it. And are you still paralyzed? Or obviously not, because you said you was. I was. So I'm glad that you're not paralyzed anymore. But yeah, I can understand that, people reading to me. I can understand that. That I'm only new to audiobooks, and believe me, there are some books that I can't do on audio. I will do, like, I'll immersive read. I help with my focus and stuff like that, because I get easily distracted these days because I've got so much going on, and I like it to just make me hone in on the story. And a lot of time it's just really, like, I'm reading, but it's really soft in my ear. It's not at normal volume or anything like that. Um, so I thought it would be like the reason I have so many audio, like I've got just as many um, ebooks on my list as well, but audiobooks for me are a good way for me to, still be able to quilt and do all that sort of stuff. And they're so expensive. So it's a great way for me to get NetGalley arcs. It's a great way for me to get new releases and stuff like that. So, yeah. Hoping to get approved for the Dorian Gray. I did not request it. I did not like Dorian Gray to the original story, and I'm not into reading smart about it either. I'm gonna skip that one. As much as I would love to join in and all the rest of it, I'm actually going to go, you know what? I'm not FOMOing on this one. I mean, it was all right. Dorian Gray was okay. I mean, it's not my favorite classic, but when I read it, I enjoyed it. But as I said, it's not my favorite classic. I'm current on my arcs in terms of archive date. My next archive date is in February. Awesome. I have some in January archiving, I think, or getting released. I don't know if they archive in January, but I'm just trying to catch up on all my 2024 ones. And the next sprint too, I've got to go into my spreadsheet and cross some off that I've put on there too. So because from November to November, I'm going to see how much money NetGalley has actually saved me, and if I've actually purchased any of the books as well that I've read to have on my shelf. So far, I have not. That there's a couple that are on Kindle, like they're on my Kindle shelf anyway because they're there. So yeah. It's smart to use NetGalley for audiobooks. I just always forget to look in that section. It's fair. I've been getting a lot of non-fiction books off NetGalley as well in audio, which is good. So yeah. Um, the Guillain-Barré syndrome. I'm still an incomplete quadriplegic, which sounds like I failed at disability. I love that you can see the humor in everything. Have limited mobility in all my limbs, but I can walk with a. Is that one where you sort of hold on and walk with it now, or is it one that sits under your arms? So yeah. Um, but Ziploc bags are my nemesis. You know what? Even I have trouble with Ziploc bags. And some of them, you sit there and you're trying to get them undone, and they just no. So I'm glad that you're a little bit more mobile now, though. That must make it a lot easier for you in some ways. Yeah, a walker with wheels. Yeah, cool. Yeah, and because there's different ones. The ones that go under your arms and it sort of frames your whole body as you're standing up, and then there's ones that you sort of lean on and walk with as well. So you're in good company because I have a morbid sense of humor as well. So yeah, I often just think things. I don't say them out loud anymore because some people are just ultra sensitive to my sense of humor. But if you've been around for a while, you can see that the sense of humor is very sarcastic, and I do have a morbid one as well. So yeah, I'll keep that in check a little bit. My daughters often frown at me when I say stuff. I'm like, I'm just joking, but yeah. So yeah, I get your sense of humor. That's why I laughed. All the rest of it. Anyway, on that note, we're going to go to another sprint. We're going to do another hour and a half. What does that get me to? That gets me to 4 to 8. Oh, we might even get a third one in. Maybe not an hour and a half one, but we might get another 45-minute sprint after this one. So we'll see how we go because everybody will start to waking up in the US and all the things. So we might end up a little bit more chatty. But let me just change this to the 90-minute one and get that started. And I will see you all in 90 minutes. Happy reading, everybody. All right, we're back. That hour and a half went really quick. I got to 72% in my. I will probably do this tonight. Although I think I might give my ears a bit of a break because they're a little bit sore with my glasses. So yeah. And I had dinner and I put another load of washing on. I swear she has not washed for like 6 weeks. I think she's got enough clothes. So anyway, I think I've got another 2 loads of washing to do tonight. So yeah, I could have done without it, but anyway, it is what it is. So we are going to end up having another short sprint. Won't be so as long as the ones we've had, and then we'll go over to Vanessa's channel. And I just have to get that link and drop that in. But yeah, that will be happening once we finish. And it looks like I have a few videos to watch too. I just looked at my notifications. Awesome. I'll have something to watch when I go to bed tonight. How did everybody else go? Let us know in the comments. And yeah, see who joined us. Jess joined us. Was just popping in to say hi, going to bed. It's super late here. But I hope everybody has a good, productive, relaxing stream. It's been pretty chill, but like I've been pretty productive. So I've been happy with how it's gone about. But you're probably long gone by now because that was an hour ago. Krystal also popped in, trying to finish a few books in my currently reading list. So I've put my NetGalley reading on hold for a little bit. Currently reading Heartless by Silver. Nice. Yeah, I've got a few in my list as well that I want to get to, but I'll worry about them in December. There's probably 1 or 2 that I'll carry over to next year. Maybe we'll see how we go. I did a tally of books that I have to get done from 2024. The audiobooks are all getting done this month. And basically, then I will have 29 ebooks that I need to get. So the chances of that happening in December is probably pretty slim on that. But I'll give it a go. I'm hoping to get everything read before we go over into 2025. At least I'll give it a red hot bash anyway. Chantel says, hi. Okay, quick late night question. I'm going to ask every sprint. Is Game of Thrones worth reading even though he to finish the book? I've heard that it's worth reading regardless. So I haven't read it myself. It is on a list of to read that Koda and I are doing. But I just don't know. I don't like. I want to read it, and I want to watch the series, but I think I'll read the books first, then watch the series because apparently it sort of wraps it up. So it's not so bad, and they're supposed to be really good. So I'm going to say yes, even though I haven't read it. We'll see. Also, there's a series, the Name of the Wind series, the Kingkiller Chronicles by Patrick Ruffus. That's not finished either. And we've been waiting for the last book, probably almost as long as Game of Thrones' last book as well. But I've read both of those books and thoroughly enjoyed them. And while I would love Patrick Ruffus to finish them, I'm okay that they're not as well at the same time. Like there are things that are been left open and all that sort of stuff. And when he does eventually release it, because apparently he is actually working on that book, when he does eventually release it, I'll probably reread those 2 books because it was actually a really good series. But I guess like I know that Patrick Ruffus has been quite open about his mental health and all that sort of stuff, but I just think the guy that wrote Game of Thrones just doesn't care. So yeah, I don't know. Brooklyn says hi, about 68% into God of Fury, so reading that now, and read and reviewed 2 books today from NetGalley. Awesome, that's brilliant, good job. I have done nothing in the last couple of days, so yeah. Hello, Judith. Thank you for taking the time to pop in and say hi. I appreciate it. Paul took a break from reading that sprint, but got to page 376 in the one before the last one. Nice. Bookish Bowen is here. Hello, hun. How are you? Good morning, loves. Just woke up late today because I got in late from work last night. The cats are not happy that their food is late. Oh, I imagine they're not. I've just put flea treatment on all my cats, so I've got them all separated. And they're not very happy at the moment. They're in separate rooms and they're meowing at one another and all the things. And I'm like, no, you can just stay in separate rooms until that dries and then you can come out. So they're not happy with me either. It's going to be even later. I just realized I ran out of cat food. Oh no. I will go and get some after my morning cuppa. No, that was you. I'm not muted. Yes, you should read Game of Thrones. I've read them all, and the prequel as well. Well, there you go. I've watched it at least 10 times. I will say with Game of Thrones show, books 1 and 5, you can read and match a lot of the show. Okay. So that's a good thing. I had some coffee and some breakfast. Awesome. It's Rufus. So RUFF, I think. Let me just find it. Hang on a sec. I will get it one moment, please. Okay, it's actually, I was spelling it wrong. It's ROTHFUSS. So I will pop that in to the chat for you. There you go. Name of the Wind is book 1. That's right. And Wise Man's Fear is book 2. Yes, that is correct. Very much so. I really enjoyed them. And I wish that he would hurry up and finish them. But I also understand that, like these things take time on that. But if you want something funny to read, I was looking at, like, when I was looking at that, I seen that, like, the third book has a name and everything. And the only reason everybody's up in arms about it is because basically the first book opens up with the main character talking, I can't think of his name right now, talking to the scribe and says, I'll need 3 days to tell you. And each book is the day off. So the first book is day 1 that he's telling the story. Book 2 is day 2, and book 3, which is Doors of Stone, I think it's called. So it has a name and everything, and you can see it on Goodreads, and people have reviewed it. But if you scroll down a bit, you'll actually see where Patrick Rothfuss has actually commented about time travel and all the rest of it. It was actually, I found it quite amusing. Other people might not, but I actually found it quite amusing. I'm like, way to come back at the people that have reviewed the book and said how great it is and all that sort of stuff. And he basically says to all those time traveling people, can you like bring back because when he typed that, obviously he was still in the process of writing it and whatnot. So because he'd like to know how it ends. And it was like, that was nicely done, I thought. So yeah, I don't understand what you're saying with your hand on your mouth. Sorry, I just do that because I get nervous about talking. It's Rothfuss. So yeah, thank you. There you go. My all-time favorite book is Name of the Wind. The main character is one of my book boyfriends. Nice. I read the introduction of audio. Cool. No worries. I'm just a very nervous person, so I always have my hand near my face. Sorry. It's a habit that I've had since I was a little kid. So yeah, now I'm 54. It's a bit hard to break that. So, and you probably wouldn't, because I mumble a bit too. So probably doesn't help. There is an interconnected historical romance series I love, but I've been waiting on the last book forever. I think that there's a lot of books out there that we tend to wait a long time for. That there's several up. Well, I think with Outlander, how long has she been writing that? And even Green Rider. That series has been written since Savannah. Fuck. You're a bitch. You're an absolute bitch. That is my daughter that just gave me a coronary. You are an absolute cow. Do you feel good about yourself now?
I thought you had me covered.
No, I'm talking, so I wouldn't hear you pull up because, my car's there and you're out of the driveway.
That's true.
Oy. Okay. That's Savannah, everybody.
At some point this week, could we take these ute to the workshop and grab those containers full of bins and we'll do bottles?
Yeah.
The bins full of containers, sorry?
Yeah. Cool. Oh, so you need me to drive the car? Do you want to learn how to drive a manual?
Yeah, but not this week. I just got finished doing like 8 assignments, man. I've got no brain power.
Everybody's saying hello.
Hi.
And you're very lucky because she doesn't normally get on camera. So.
Oh, well, I didn't even realize that was funny though. So.
Okay, can you go and get me like a sedative to calm my heart down? Doing shit like that's going to kill your mother one day. Then how are you going to feel? Do you know how to do CPR? Okay, cool. As long as you know how to do CPR, you can bring me back.
Just don't sue me.
No, I'll just kick your ass once I'm healthy.
Okay.
All right.
I'm going to do my laundry like first thing in the morning. I'm going to get up early and do it.
Okay, we'll move it all into the cold. Yeah. Into here. I've still got 2 loads to do anyway.
Appreciate it. Yeah, I was going to do it tonight.
And don't let that menace of a cat that's in there. She's just had stuff put on the back of her thing. Don't let her out of the kitchen, please. Because she'll get in here and roll around and wipe it all off. She's terrible. I have severe anxiety when I talk to patients. Judith says hello, Savannah. Yo. I guess we go back. They have sometimes they have worried that they have food in their teeth. Yeah, I guess that can happen because I'm reading their lips. And Bookish Bowen says hello, Savannah. A great way to be introduced to Savannah, don't you think? Like, I'm still racing. Bloody hell. I should have locked it. Next time I'll lock it. She won't be able to do it. What a rat bag. Oh, dear me. Oh, yep, that's my nerves on edge. Nice. Anyway, I'll have to go back and see how high I jumped. I had one of Neroli, my other daughter was here, and one of her friends was a real slinker. He used to just slink around the house and you wouldn't hear him and all that sort of stuff. And I didn't realise they had come home. I was out here working, I had my headphones on, the long arm machine was going and all the things. And so it was quite noisy out here during the day. And anyway, they had come home and they didn't come out and tell me that they were here. And I walked inside to go to the toilet. And when you walk in, you've got to turn around a corner and there's like a little dark hallway type thing where the linen press is and her door and the bathroom door. And I walked around I wasn't paying attention. I had my headphones on, so I didn't hear any noise or anything. And I walked around the corner and here's this 6-foot kid standing there and I've yelled at him and basically shaped up. And I'm like, dude, you need to announce that you're here because one day you're going to get snotted. And he's like, in the corner, he's like, don't hit me. And I'm like, I'm not going to hit you, but don't scare me like that. Announce that you're in my house, especially if I'm here on my own. And yeah, so they always think it's funny to scare me, but equally so, I manage to walk up behind them a lot of the time and scare the hell out of them as well. So yeah, it's quite funny. Anyway, story time. All right, we have an hour before we head over to Vanessa's. So I'm thinking that we will do a 45-minute sprint. Actually, we'll do a 50-minute sprint. Try and get as much reading in as possible. And then that way, I can close it out and send you straight on over. I've got to go and get that link. Straight on over, you've got the playlist open. You will be able to go, it'll just take you straight to there. But in case you don't have the playlist open, I will leave the link to Vanessa's and you can go via that route. And I will also um, teleport you over there as well. So either way, you're going to end up there. Um, yeah. So let me just change all of this. And of course, I will see you all in 50 minutes. Happy reading, everyone. All right, we're back. How did everybody go during that sprint? I talked to my daughter a bit, and I actually started watching Gilmore Girls again because I don't want to watch any more medical dramas. So I thought I'd go for a comfort show. So yeah, so I started on episode 1. So yeah, and I feel like it's going to be a nice relaxing evening. I'm going to make myself a cup of tea and maybe some toast and sit down and watch a little bit of Gilmore Girls for a while. So yeah. Let's have a look how everybody else went. Now we are heading over to Vanessa's channel in just a moment because we're wrapping up here. It's like 8 a.m. In Vanessa's part of the world. And I think Vanessa will be keeping you company for a few hours. I cannot remember. Let me just have a look. Ooh, excuse me. It's that time of the day where I just starting to unwind. Where are we? Are you AEST, aren't you? Vanessa? Yes, you are. Yes, there we go. Oh, wow, you're getting up that early. Jeez. Okay. That's early for you, 6 a.m. Oh, my goodness. Okay. It's 9 p.m. for me. It's just about to click over to 9 p.m. So, yeah. Um, all right. So this is just the link to Vanessa's stream, and this is also the playlist. If you want to open that up, that's pinned to the top of the comments. You can open that up, and it'll automatically take you over there. But you also will be teleported too as soon as I end the stream. So yeah. Good morning, Vanessa. How are you? Just waking up and getting ready to go live. It's 9 p.m. here. It's been a huge couple of days because I've done a lot of filming and editing and stuff like that, and a couple of late nights as well, which hasn't helped. Alina is here. Hello. It got to 81% of in the weeds. Nice. Was just looking at a new Dingbat notebook. Excuse me. But it's so hard to choose, isn't it? Like it's such a personal thing, and especially if they're all gorgeous, it makes it even harder. I can totally sympathize with you. So, hello, Aqua. How are you? I just joined, so I did not get any reading done. I did some diamond painting though. Awesome. I'm a huge diamond painter. I've got a whole trolley here of stuff, and I've in the process of setting up a room with those architect tables that they can go flat or you can have them tilted. I've got one of them sitting in a box right there, ready to go into that room. So we've started. I pulled the bookshelf out, and now that Savannah's here for a week, I'll be able to pull all the rest of the stuff out that I need help with because there's some big items in there that I don't want to lift by myself. And then I had a cupboard in there, which I didn't know what I was going to do with, but Savannah said that she needs it, so she's going to take that. I'll probably just, I don't know where I'm going to sit it because I'll have to get Brendan to take it home for her. But yeah, so that sorts that problem out, and I don't have to worry about that. And I've also, in the last couple of days, I've sorted out Neralee's room because my youngest has just moved out and left her room in a bit of a state. So I've gone in there and cleaned all that over the last couple of sprint days and whatnot, and got that all ready. So I've got one more thing to remove out of there, but it'll be ready to get in there and start painting it. But we'll probably paint it a bit closer to Christmas. And yeah, we've got a sort of a plan on what we're going to do with that room. And I'm thinking that I'm going to make sure that there's enough room in there so I can do yoga. Because my lounge room's not big enough to do it. So I'll see how I go because we're going to put the sofa bed in there and that might be a little bit too big. So we'll see how we go. I feel like I'm normally awake around 6 a.m., but I'm usually not camera ready. Yeah, I'm definitely not ready at 6 a.m., but I have to be in a couple of weekends Because I'm starting at 6 a.m., I think it is. Well, yeah, that'll be interesting. I'll be like this. I'll just make sure I go to bed early that night. So as long as I've had 5 or 6 hours sleep, I'm usually okay. I can get up at 4:30, 5 o'clock. I actually am getting up at I'm setting my alarm because I'm actually going straight to bed. Um, I'll finish watching the first episode, have a cup of tea and some toast, and then I'm probably just going to go to bed and read. But there is a paid event that I am going to. It's 3:30 in the morning. I've got to set my alarm. I don't have to get out of bed to do anything. I've just got there's a live stream with Susan Clark, who is the writer of Piranesi, and she won a couple of years ago for the Women's Prize for Fiction. And Simon Savage and his mum Louise Savage are actually hosting the Women's Prize for Fiction book club, which is a paid online event. It's also an in-person event in the UK, but it's also being streamed as well. So it cost me $8. And I sort of want to support the Women's Prize, so I'm going to do that at 3. It starts at 4, so I figured if I set my alarm and then set a second alarm, I'll be awake. If not, I'll just watch it on the replay. So, yeah, I'm cuddled up in bed. Probably won't last much longer. That's understandable. It's pretty late for you. What is it? Nearly midnight, isn't it? The Quirky Cup Collective has the best journals, and they're Aussie owned. Well, there you go. Nice. I'll have to check them out. Quirky Cup Collective. Awesome. I'll check them out. I wish I had a table like that. I make do with regular breaks for my back and neck. Yeah, that's why I stopped. I haven't done any real big ones. I've got a couple over there that are almost a meter in height and about 70 centimeters wide. They're heaven and earth design diamond paintings, and then I've got a heap of Diamond Art Club stuff as well. And I just don't have the room to have them out. And so I have a bookshelf that's going in there that will be once the room's painted, and I'll put all my charts on that, and then I'll have the table, and then I've got these clamps that'll hold them in place, so I can just have it there, and anytime I want to do something, I can just go in and do it. Whereas right now, I have to pull it all out. I have to pack it all away, and it's not productive at all. And so I just thought, well, it's a junk room that everybody just chucks crap in there, and not rubbish or anything, but there's a suitcase in there, there's a plant stand in there that we're not using, and there's a gas stove in there, and there's all these things. So I just want to get it all out, and then I can utilize the room. Yeah, pretty much midnight. All right, with that, we've got to the end of the comments. I'd just like to say thank you to everybody that's kept me company for the last 5 hours. I really do appreciate you being here. You're going to be going over to Vanessa's stream pretty much as soon as I end this one, but just in case it doesn't teleport you or the playlist doesn't work, that is the link there. You can head on over, and Vanessa's going to keep you company until Koda is on, I think, after. We just have a look. Yep, Koda comes on at 10 a.m. So there you go. All right. So you're going to have lots of streaming and get lots of reading in. But that's it from me today. Have a wonderful evening, everybody, and day. And I'll see you all in the next video. Bye.